Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laforte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hompton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maria Bond of Limitless Mindsets and Media Communications Limited. I am your business moderator for this afternoon, and on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global communication sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. The keynote speaker for today is Bettina Giles, and of course, she is a leading expert in intellectual communication, implicit bias, and health equality. She's a dynamic speaker and author. I present to you Bettina Giles. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much.
Hello, welcome. And you will be obviously educating us today on something really interesting.
Well, I look forward to talking about my book.
Yes, and I look forward to it as well. So, of course, we know that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Guess what? I wrote a book. I think everyone at this point knows someone who's written a book, but what makes mine unique and different? One is the title, which is Tales of a Formerly Unhappily Employed Liberal Arts Major. And here's the book. And two, it's talking about a nonlinear career path that is referred to as a meandering career path. So this book is based upon my first few years out of college. It includes a story about the preparation process for a liberal arts major and landing 3 job offers. The book was written in the early 1990s, but people have found a connection to it, even for those people who are just graduating from college, or if they graduated even before the 1990s. So I start talking about how I engaged with the Career Center at my undergraduate alma mater, which was the University of Virginia. At that time, we didn't have internet. Can you imagine? We didn't have cell phones. So a lot of my time was spent hanging out in my advisor's office, keeping my suit and pumps ready for any opportunity that came my way for getting a job. That first year out of college, I actually had 4 jobs. They were not careers. I made some decisions, 1, to move back home, which is Birmingham, Alabama, and 2, I ended up not going to work for the entities that had hired me through college, through the College Career Center. So as I journeyed to find a job, as I mentioned, I found 4 and finally landed my ultimate career, or so I thought at that time. I take you through the stages of the elation of having your first job out of college to after the honeymoon, which is when you really find out that things might not be as grand as you had anticipated. And then I go into a stage of burnout that sometimes people don't think about, and advice that I did not take when I was an undergraduate just coming out of college. During that time, I got married. I finished a master's degree and started thinking that, oh, this might not be the right opportunity for me. I had wonderful mentors, so I felt really bad about complaining that the job and the career that they had prepared me for was no longer working for me. I decided that I needed to look for something else. But I had spent all of that time investing in educational opportunities, in professional development, and positioning myself in the right place, and it just wasn't the right career for me. And that career was a student affairs career. So if you attended a college or university, and most of the time, the people in my career field at that time were in the equivalent of the student center. So I worked in student affairs. I worked 20 hours just sitting there thinking about what I wanted to do and preparing. And I spent another 40 hours actually on the ground, which was within the university's walls or across campus. I found that that life just was not good for me. I did not see my family as much as I would have liked to. And I was working for my master's. I was also working on my master's degree at the time. The person who was mentoring me, who was the dean of student affairs, had put me in all the right places. He made sure that I went to conferences and that actually served as a sponsor. So a sponsor versus a mentor. A sponsor is someone who actually puts you in a position and advocates for you in that position. And a mentor is someone who can give advice but can't necessarily move you around an institution. So by the end of the book, I'm having a crisis, or towards the end of the book, I'm having a crisis of conscience once because someone had put so much time and energy into developing me. And then how do I leave that behind? And then I didn't know what I wanted to do. So several events happened to lead me to the career field, which I'm working in still to this day, which is intercultural communication. And that term has evolved over the years. But found myself answering questions for people who were in similar situations. So I ended up writing a series of articles over time, and I was asked to put them in book form by the individuals who had read them. I didn't put them in book form until February of 2023. So the book was written in the mid-90s, and I didn't put it into book form until 2023. I had a lot of focus groups that I had conducted because I had students, undergraduate, graduate, and I had a lot of friends from college, friends from community organizations, and all of them said that they loved that my book could be read in one sitting. However, when I contacted publishers, all of them said that the book was too short and that the language was too plain, and I needed to change the format. I decided that that was not the best approach based upon the feedback I'd received from the audience that I was targeting. And so I ended up just putting it aside. Well, another life event happened in December that many of you may understand. My 16-year-old son started driving. He started driving himself to school. He started driving himself to practice. He is a tennis player. So when I say to practice, he practices at 3 different tennis centers here in Birmingham, Alabama. But I kind of sort of got my life back. So I spent 2 hours a day just focused on writing. I attended a writing workshop, which was conducted by a poet and 27-year-old influencer in Birmingham, Alabama. And she helped me put the entire design together for the book. She suggested that I find a proofreader. I found the proofreader and then uploaded and decided to publish the book for myself. I decided to self-publish instead of waiting on someone to tell me that they thought my book was valuable. Since then, I've had a lot of speaking opportunities. I've gone to 3 different cities, well, including the city where I live. So I had a book launch here in Birmingham, which was highly successful. I had a chance to speak in Louisville, Kentucky, and I just returned from Washington, D.C., where I had 2 book events. One was a private event with friends and family from the DMV area, and then I had a more public event at a restaurant called Crave, which is owned by 3 University of Virginia 2014, 2016, and 2018 graduates. So I talk a lot about networking in the book. And so actually promoting the book, I have incorporated the things that I talk about in terms of networking. So the DC event, though I haven't lived in DC, was run by people who had gone to my same university, though I'm a 1989 graduate and they are early 2000 graduates. And then also University of Virginia people supported me, family members, people who had lived in Birmingham but moved back to the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. In Birmingham, I contacted any and everybody and made sure that they knew about the book event. And in Louisville, I didn't know most of the people that were there, but I had a couple of friends. And my publicist, who was Teresa Chambers from the 10th Muse, made sure that I was in the right places. And I'm still promoting the book as we speak. It has been a lot of fun to talk about the book. There are several questions that people have had. One that deals with how does one publish a book, and the other question that I get mainly about the book is, what if you have a meandering career path and you're not a liberal arts major? So a meandering career path, which is described as a person who does not have a linear career path. A linear career path is you get a job and then you're promoted and you keep moving up. In a meandering career path, you may get a promotion, you may make a lot of lateral moves, you may take what is considered to be a step back because you've entered into a different career field. And so you want to learn more about the career field, so you may or may not be moving up. Sometimes you move back into a situation that you had been in before. For example, I worked for 16 and a half years in Birmingham at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. I spent 7 of those years working with students, and 7 I actually worked in human resources. When I went to the University of Alabama and worked there for 2.5 years, I started working with students again, which I absolutely loved. I was no longer in human resources. Then after that, which is not included in the book, I ended up getting pregnant at age 38, and both my husband and I were commuting. And so I decided to make yet another career path, a career change, which was actually to go into consulting, because I chose to be at home with my son. And I don't necessarily promote that for everyone. It's not for everyone to leave your job and to take care of your child. But that is a decision that I made, and I had the resources to be able to do that. And so I started consulting and using some skills that I had not used for several years. So sometimes we move back and forth, side to side. So it sounds like a line dance. And maybe that's an analogy I'll use for the future. I just came up with that like just now. So meandering, moving back and forth, moving side to side is like a line dance. And you heard it here on the Black Business Network. So it's really been a joy, as I mentioned, to promote the book. I've spoken to career development specialists at universities, and I am not a career development specialist in the traditional sense, but I do coach people in their careers. I send people to the career advisors at their alma maters because most people did not use their career centers. They may have gotten their resumes checked, they may have searched for jobs, but they didn't fully utilize their career centers. So in the book, I talk about fully utilizing your career center, meaning take all the inventories that are offered, which you paid for as an undergraduate. If you are an alum, I actually paid my life membership while I was still an undergraduate because it was much cheaper than once you graduated. And I get 3 free opportunities to meet with a career development specialist. And then you might come talk to me, who is someone who has the experience of moving around, not just the philosophical knowledge, but the experience of moving around. And you may want my support. And that's what I get a lot of calls about, actually providing support. I also meet with parents and students who are in high school, which is something that I don't do as often as people who are graduating from college and people who have already graduated from college. But I've had parents contacting me, especially since I've written the book, to help their kids find that path to take them to the right college or university. And because I was a university administrator for 18 and a half years, it's something very easy for me to do. I serve on the board. I'm actually a founding member of the board of the Brilliant Black Girls Collective here in Birmingham, Alabama. And we provide scholarships for young women who are graduating from Birmingham City Schools. And we were taking our relationship a step further. Instead of just giving money, we're actually providing sponsorship and mentoring. And each one of the girls who has been provided funds through our organization are also getting a copy of the book. I asked someone who was in high school, is this book really relevant to you since you haven't started your career? And their answers have been the same as the focus groups, which is they want to see what someone has experienced that is in maybe a non-traditional career path. Maybe their parents didn't go to college, or maybe their parents were engineers, or maybe their parents were in traditional business areas or banking and moved through a very traditional process. My grandfather worked in the steel industry, and he moved through a very traditional process. My dad was in the military and was promoted, though he was a veterinarian. So I really liked the commercial about the veterinarian. My father was a research veterinarian, not a person who took care of animals on a regular basis by the time I was born, but had a very traditional path. So I'm kind of an anomaly to people, and they want to come and receive support that their lives will turn out well. And I love providing that support. And so the first volume, well, this is volume 2. There's going to be a prequel. My son is a DC and Marvel fan. So the current book that I have out, Tales of a Formerly Unhappily Employed Liberal Arts Major, is volume 2 because the prequel has not been written yet, which will be volume 1. And then I'll have several additional volumes that will speak to my career journey. Hi.
Hi, thank you so much. That was really insightful and quite interesting. I like the aspects of the line dancing. I can really identify with that. A not so linear pathway, but it's at least now I know I'm okay.
Yes.
But tell us some of the content. Can you give us a little bit in this as to what is in this book, so that we can just to taste, people get a slight taste of what's in the book, please.
So the first chapter is an article that I wrote upon graduating from college, and it appeared in a career annual and in a newsletter, mainly for students of color, because our paths may have been a bit different than our white counterparts at the institution that I attended. So that's the first chapter, where I talk about utilizing the Career Center and going through a career class, doing informational interviewing, which informational interviewing includes when there is not a job necessarily available, but you want to contact someone who is in a career field that you might want to learn more about. So there's not necessarily a job opening, but you just want to find out more about it. I talk about all the career inventories that I took, which help to identify values, help to identify interests, and then you can match those interests and values with potential career fields that are actually listed in volumes of a book called the Occupational Outlook Handbook, which is published by the Department of Labor. Those books were hard copies when I was in college in the 80s, but now they're online, and there are all kinds of cross-referencing that you can do. The second chapter I mentioned is after the honeymoon, when I kind of started seeing the fact that I didn't want to be at work all the time, or extending my adolescence, because I was not that much older, if I was even older than my students. The average age student at the time at the institution where I started working was 25, and I was 22 years old. So I was at a non-traditional school. And then I talk about burnout, which I call the dark ages, because at the time there wasn't a lot of information for women in their 30s that were going through some of the things I was going through. And people kept saying, well, it sounds like menopause, but I was only in my 30s. And there wasn't a lot of information available to women in their 30s that are Gen Xers, which I am, to talk about this experience that a lot of us go through, and wondering if what we have built thus far is actually something that's useful, or if it's of value. Then I talk about the ultimate sponsor and mentor, who was my Aunt Pat. My Aunt Pat was in the Foreign Service. She went to Howard University, and she was considered to be an Africanist. So she lived in different parts of the continent of Africa. Her final port was in Nigeria, but she ended up getting sick and had to move stateside. So she didn't have any kids, and neither did my father's other sister. And so my father's sisters, who were our aunts, actually made decisions for us. And my father left many of those decisions up to his sisters. Although I had a mother, he left a lot of decisions up to his sisters, or they were like his advisors. So Aunt Pat was the person that made the decision that I go to the University of Virginia. She was actually working at Columbia at the time and living in New York. And she said that a lot of the Foreign Service officers and people who had lived overseas were sending their kids to the University of Virginia. So my father was stationed in Virginia at the time and had hoped that I would get in-state tuition. I did not. So he had to pay out-of-state tuition, but he thought it was worth it that I attend.
Now,
I'm sorry.
I noticed one thing that was really intriguing me was you self-published.
Yes.
And I know you had some links with publishers before. Why did you make a decision this time round to self-publish?
I wanted to keep the integrity of the book. I didn't want to double the size of the book. People kept telling me that they loved that they could read it in one sitting, and that was a recurring theme. So I decided that now that there were so many self-publishing opportunities, that I could actually make the decision to keep the integrity of the book.
That's absolutely wonderful, because a lot of people are going to self-publishing now. What I really would like to know is how easy or difficult, what are the pitfalls and limitations? Because of course you've got to do everything yourself, promotion. How has that been for you, and how have you been able to really reach your audience and the right audience at their point of need as such?
The network of friends, family, alumni, community members that I have built over the years are who I'm relying upon at the moment.
Right.
So Teresa Chambers, who happens to be a classmate from the University of Virginia, when I published the book, she contacted me and said, "What are your plans?" I said, "I don't know. I was just happy to have completed the book." So she gave me a number of suggestions, and then she is actually moving the needle for me and placing me in situations where people are reading the book. In terms of the publishing side, I had to have several versions of it, because though I had a proofreader, the proofreader made some suggestions. When I made the changes, I had to send them back and forth, or I may have just decided to proof them myself. My mother, who is very detail oriented, ended up also being a proofreader. So I had several proofreaders and friends that have been inviting me to present the book, or they're telling their friends about the book, or they're contacting me and asking questions. I found that Amazon, which is where my book is located, had actually had a cover template and a cover maker. And so that was a simple process. I have not been able to figure out the ebook process. So finding the format for the ebook has been difficult. But I've had Teresa and another friend of mine by the name of Tania Russell, who have published and helped other people publish. And they have given me the names of other publishers just in case I want to have the ebook with a different publisher, and also a hard copy of the book with a different publisher. And I'm working on a workbook, because that was feedback that I had received, that I had suggestions at the end of each chapter. And through the focus group process and interview process and sending the book to people to review, then the overwhelming response was that those suggestions at the end of the chapter needed to be put in a workbook. So that will be coming out fairly soon.
Good. Absolutely amazing. I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm going to be checking you out later on. And of course, thank you so much for being an amazing speaker today. And, I present Bettina Bird Giles. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And of course, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes. So what I would suggest to people is if they're interested in writing a book, is just to continue to write on a regular basis. I keep a notebook with me. And so in my purse, it's like a backpack purse. I keep a notebook and I just write. I write about a number of things. I write about, I had a family reunion last weekend. I was a keynote speaker for the family reunion. And I was just taking notes on memories that I had with growing up here with my mom's 30 plus first cousins that lived here in Birmingham, and her father's sisters and brothers. So I lived with my grandparents for some time and lived with my, then when my parents divorced, then we moved into our own house. So I always keep notes. And so I suggest keeping notes. I also suggest that it's great to take feedback from people, of course, but make sure it's constructive feedback. Because sometimes people just give feedback and they really don't know a lot about you or what you're trying to accomplish. So when people, again, I mentioned this earlier, when people said, oh, well, it's too short, I had a number of people that sent messages to me and said, I am not a reader. I am not a person who's just going to sit down and read a full novel, but I completed your book in one sitting, and I wanted you to know that I appreciate that it was available in one sitting.
Wow.
I also sent books to people in other parts of the country. I wasn't prepared for the number of people who wanted signed books. And so I have people sending me books and asking me to sign them and then sending them back to them. Teresa made a suggestion that as I travel to different parts of the country, that I make sure I have a book event in each part of the country. So I'm traveling for business purposes. And so during my off time through December, I have book events that I am trying to schedule. So I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina, and my roommate from college, who's also a sorority member, I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta, and they are, and my cousins are planning a series of book events for me when I get to Raleigh. I'll be in Philadelphia at the end of next month. There are some people that I met when I was on the Black Business Olympics a while back. And so I'm contacting them saying, hey, what is the environment like in Philadelphia? And how should I plan the book event? So this initial go round, I'm relying upon people that I know and people that are part of networks with which I interact.
Okay, so with regards to, having, you've got this book now, what are we to look forward to next? I know you're going to work on the workbook. Could you tell us a little bit about the workbook, please, so we know what we're looking forward to?
The workbook is going to have suggestions that tell you exactly what you need to do step by step and give you a template. Some people don't want a template, but I would say a lot of people ask for a template. Like, what do I do step one? What do I do step two? So it's going to be a step by step how you follow a template to go from point A to point B based upon your point in life or your place in life. So if you are a graduating senior from college, then this is where you start, and this is the path that you should take. If you are a young professional and you want to know, how do I go from the job that I have been in for the last 2 to 5 years and I want to make a shift in the job, or I actually want to find another career, how do I do that? If you're someone who is mid-career, then I'll have a guide for you. I had also written long ago a story about my first encounter in college. So my first encounter, meaning my first week in college, during orientation, I encountered a lot of interesting and funny stories. And so I'm writing about that first year. Now so there are 3 friends, and it's interesting because all these different shows that are out, like Harlem and Run the World, it seems like everybody has a foursome. And even with Sex and the City, everybody, had a group of 4 friends. And so I have a group of 4 friends. All of our names end in A. And so I tell our story, and I have to send each segment to them because they're like, we do not want you to tell this story, or I may have had to create another character. So it's going to be a fiction book, and it'll have our stories told in fiction and with some embellishments. And then there are characters that may or may not have existed. And I've changed the name of like our Greek organizations and groups that we may have belonged to. And a person that I'm working with actually wants to turn that into some type of either movie or limited series.
Amazing.
So that's also what I'm working on.
Wonderful. So what advice would you give to somebody? And I know several people that are going through this, especially since COVID. Somebody who's attempting to change their career, what advice would you give to them?
My first question would be, tell me why you want to change careers. Tell me about the experience that you've had. Sometimes when I talk to someone, they don't actually want to change careers. They just want to change their situation. And so if they're not in a financial position to take a chance and just change careers and not increase their income or stay at the same level, I might say get involved with something in your company, maybe volunteer for something. I have a cousin named Tamika who works for Alabama Power. Tamika loves her job. She gets involved with disaster relief and she travels to different parts of the country along with the disaster team. So if we're sending trucks, as people have done to us, because we have a lot of tornadoes in the Birmingham area and in Alabama. And so you get linemen and engineers from power companies from other parts of the country. And so she travels with individuals, and this has nothing to do with her daily job. So I suggest to people, especially if they're in a large company, find a way to volunteer or to shadow or to find a way to love what you're doing, or to love your day-to-day, or to find a way to escape from boredom if that's really what's going on. But if they really want to escape and find another career, then we talk about how that might happen through joining a board of an organization. I have a lot of people that want to go into nonprofit segments and they've been in for-profit. So volunteering at a larger level or a more in-depth level at a nonprofit is a way that I might recommend.
Okay. I think a lot of people at this time, they're looking for job security. And I think, anticipating maybe another pandemic, maybe a situation that economically doesn't allow them that job security. And I think that's the reason why most people are thinking of moving. But, I think that's very good advice. And it can be, it can transfer to all different areas, really, isn't it? Do you think starting up a business is a really good idea now as maybe a side hustle? Do you think that's a good idea at this time?
I've had a side hustle since 2002. And I need people to make sure that they look at their moonlighting policy at their company and to find out what that policy is and go ahead and get a business set up. They can go ahead and get a business, but make sure that they're not competing with the company that they're working for or violating any of their policies. But I definitely think entrepreneurship, and sometimes entrepreneurship does not necessarily include setting up that business right away. You might just start consulting. You might start using knowledge that you have to help someone with something else, and you receive pay for it, but you're kind of getting your feet wet, dipping your toe in the water without fully entering into an entrepreneurial role. I definitely suggest entrepreneurship and recommend entrepreneurship.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Bettina Bird Giles. It's been amazing to have you speak on the show. And of course, I'll say it again, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much. I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds. Boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child. Laughing, funny, how air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could buy us a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale, because we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention, to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I have a dream home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
A big man, a big heart. Let's go. Jackson Crisp is a tech startup founder, business consultant, and captivating public speaker, reaching the professional level as a former NFL offensive tackle. Jackson always brings it. With a degree in engineering from the prestigious Colorado School of Mines and over 2 decades of project management experience, Jackson has honed his skills in training high-performing teams and leaders. The recipient of several patents and trademarks, Jackson is also a subject matter expert, regularly presenting on topics related to projects, processes, and systems. As a paid speaker, Jackson has a unique ability to connect with audiences of all backgrounds. His captivating storytelling and genuine approach inspire and educate, leaving audiences motivated and ready to act towards achieving their goals. Through customized strategy and implementation sessions, Jackson works closely with clients to meet their business objectives. His deep understanding of the human condition, combined with his passion for helping others, make him a highly sought-after coach and mentor. Jackson's impact extends beyond the business world. As Vice President for the NFL Alumni, Las Vegas chapter, and an advisor for Unsilenced Voices, he is dedicated to making a positive change in the world. With Jackson Crisp, unleash your potential.
that entrepreneurs all around the world just want to be seen, heard, and provide great service? Well, I know that there is an expo that's going on to help entrepreneurs all around the world do just that and much more. Hi, I'm Dr. Lotus Roche. I'm the CEO of Lotus Roche Life Coaching and Consulting, along with being the show host of the Lotus Roche Ignite Show, news you can use and bring who you are. And today I'm bringing to you some amazing information about the Black Business Expo USA, hosted by none other than the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly. And I welcome you to jump on board this wonderful train that is helping unite businesses all across the planet during the Black Business Expo USA. Here's a word from the CEO of the Black Business Expo, none other than Dr. Eric Kelly. I'll see you on the other side.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
things that people always ask me is, what is art? And I say art is something that someone creates from nothing, and it's their inner feelings in terms of how they feel. And it's something that should not be judged and cannot be judged by anyone other than that person that did the particular piece of work. Any work that's created in that manner, to me, is art. When you ask me about abstract expressionism, I say abstract expressionism is a form of art that merges abstract and expressionist art together. And that's one of the things that I've tried to do in my work in terms of the journey to the actual painting. When you begin to look at my work, one of the things that I want you to recognize and look for is, what do the bold lines do? My favorite colors are black and brown and white. And you'll see in my work that you'll see that black, you'll see that brown, and of course you'll see that white. The white to give the joy of highlighting the piece, and then of course the black to define and give you the boldness and the strength in the piece. When you begin to analyze the colors that I utilize, I always use colors to kind of give you a tone or an emotion about the piece. So the different kinds of colors that you will see in this particular show are going to be colors that are going to be bringing forth an idea. One of the things that we did on this DVD of this show was we're online, and you can go to my website at www.kellyworldwide.com, or you can email me at erickelly45@gmail. But we went online, and we had people to tune into the show and ask them what colors would they like for me to use. And of course, the colors that they asked for, we utilized those colors. Those colors were red, orange, green, and white. And we added an additional color of blue and gold. And that's what you're going to get on this particular piece. We had a survey of people that they wanted me to paint, and everybody came back with the Beyoncés, the Barack Obamas, the stars of the now. And what we chose was Beyonce. So that's the piece that we're doing. We hope that you enjoy the artwork that we have created. And in this DVD, you also will see other pieces that I've created, and hopefully that you will enjoy this show. And if you're looking to have me to come to your gallery or to your museum, I can be contacted at 919-308-9090. And of course, as I always say, love without happiness, there's no peace of mind. My name is Eric Kelly III. I hope you enjoy the show, and I look forward to meeting you, and I hope you enjoy my work. When discussing abstract expressionist work, one of the things that I had to do was do some research. And that research led me to abstract expressionism. Figurative drawing is a part of what I do. I use parody and I use satire when I do my pieces. And so what I did was I joined those four pieces together. A lot of times people ask me, how did I discover abstract expressionist artwork? When I say I didn't discover it, it's something that's been here all the time. I just have taken it and expanded on it to make it an art form that I utilize for my subject matter through my journey. When I was 4 years old, my grandmother gave me a pencil. We were sitting in church. I think she thought I just was going to scribble, but I began to draw the choir. Later on, as I matured, she said that picture that I drew, the first one that I drew, looked like people in the choir. And so with that thought, I kept drawing. Drew through junior high school, created some nice pieces that won some awards, and continued to draw. But drawing and painting was not my focus. My focus was education and history. History was something that I really enjoyed, and I pressed forward to be a history major. I wanted to be a history major in college, as a matter of fact. But when I got to high school, I was going through high school, and three of my teachers saw me one day, and one of the teachers was my art teacher during my senior year, Mrs. Dowd. And Mrs. Dowd said that I need to talk to you. And I didn't know what she was talking about. And she took me into the teacher's lounge. And in those days, going into the teacher's lounge was major. And so while in the teacher's lounge, Miss Corbett joined her, and Miss Cousins, my history teacher, and my English teacher. And they sat me down and they said, well, you're not going to graduate. Knowing me the kind of guy I was, I wanted to graduate. And they said, well, the only way you're going to graduate is you're going to have to draw more. Because Ms. Dowd tells us that you come in class, you have a good time with all the students, and then you draw or do the project better than anybody in the class the last day when the project is due. And so she's interested in you doing more art. And so I took the challenge that year, my senior year, 1975, and I drew every night before I went to bed. I drew Macbeth. I drew the Greeks, the Romans. I drew all of the stories that we studied. And for Mrs. Cousins, who was a Black history teacher, I drew about the transatlantic slave trade. I drew about slavery. I drew about the Reconstruction. I drew about Martin Luther King's and the Malcolm X's and all of the great people, the Carter G. Woodsons, the Benjamin Bannekers. And I kept drawing for those three teachers, and at the end of the year, the Durham Leaks came to school and gave me an award. And I was surprised because I thought that the Durham Leaks was going to give that award to someone else. I had so much work, I had enough work to fill the hallways. And once I looked at my work, I thought about where would I go to school. And because of the Durham Links and all of the attention I got letters from a lot of schools. And I researched the schools, and I decided I wanted to go to North Carolina Central University. And the reason to go to North Carolina Central University at that time, they were the #2 school in African American art, which means that most of their teachers had books in the library you could go and you could read and you could study. And I studied with Mason and Pendergrass and Carlisle, some of the great ones. Had a chance to meet Willie Nash and also see some of the great works of Ernie Barnes. So as I continued to do my work, one of the things that I tried not to do was be a copy of any other artist. And incidentally, I was taken on a field trip at North Carolina Central University after they gave me an art scholarship, of course. And we were at a museum, and I saw a gentleman's work, and his name was Charles White. And for the first time, I saw some work that looked like my work. I was so amazed. And when I saw the work, a bug clicked in my head to say that no one's art is anybody's personal art. All of it is expression, no matter who's drawing. And from that moment on, I began to draw expressionistic art. And that expressionistic art began to come off of the board of my canvas, because I always wanted the canvas to kind of give you more of a imaginary piece of my art. I didn't want to put everything right into those four borders. I wanted to put things so that you would imagine things. And so the abstract piece of my work was to elongate pieces, to make you say, okay, the eye is too big, the head, the forehead is a little too big, the nose is a little big. And those are the kinds of things that I began to do with my work. And once I got out of college, a lot of the galleries were saying that my work was abstract and expressionist. And so with them saying those kinds of things, it became a word of my work is abstract expressionist. And that's what it's been for the past 50 years. The art scene in Durham, North Carolina is a very interesting scene in Durham. You have the Arts Council, who takes the time out and have local artists to do pieces there. Then you have several galleries downtown Durham, and those galleries are doing pretty well. Newly, we have 21C Museum, which is a museum that's a 24-hour museum that displays works from international artists and artists around the world. And one of the unique things about the 21C Gallery, 21C Museum, is that they put only artists on who are living artists. So that's one of the key things, and I think that's one of the great things, because a lot of your museums have artists who were passed on, or ancestors who were passed on, as opposed to artists who are living now. If you ask me where I would like to have my work, I would like to have my work in several different museums around the country. That's what we're working on as we look at this particular show, as you deal with the art tours that I have been doing in the past 10 years. Well, the art scene has changed immensely. You know, you don't see a lot of, I would say, African American one-man show. I think somewhere along the line, people began to believe that African Americans only did one or two paintings. And if you look at some of the African Americans who are artists, it's a life goal. It's not a one painting or a two painting. So I think that's one of the differences. When Willie Nash was alive, he was an artist that Durham revered, but we never saw him in the museums as much. Then there are several other artists who live in this beautiful city who I think should have one-man shows, because they have a tremendous amount of work. The other changes are the galleries. The galleries, they're more fine art oriented than a gallery where you have an artist in residence that's painting, and then he's putting his work into a particular gallery, and people are buying those particular works. And I would think that those are some of the changes in the art scene. If you ask me what I'd like to see, I'd like to see the museums to take a little bit more interest in some of the African American art in the city of Durham. Not to say that they don't take any interest at all, I just said more. Then there's the Nasher Museum on Duke's campus, which is an outstanding museum, and a museum that people in the city of Durham is one that I would suggest that you go to, because they're so diverse. One of the things that you, as an artist, you'll get from time to time is people to commission you to do pieces of artwork. And I was commissioned to do North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. It's iconic building here in the city of Durham, North Carolina. And while I was commissioned to do that particular piece of work, I had the idea to do Parish Street along with the North Carolina Mutual Tower, because North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company started on Parish Street on the same side where Woolworth store was. Yes, Woolworth, the same store that had a sit-in here in Durham, North Carolina, that people don't talk about, but the Woolworth had a sit-in doing segregation. And across the street, North Carolina Mutual moved into the now Mechanics and Farmers Bank building, and that was the last place they were until they moved to Chapel Hill Street and build the 12-story tower there. And so what I did was a piece called Black Wall Street. Durham's great history of black businesses began on Parish Street. Parish Street used to be a mecca for black businesses up and down Parish Street. And so the insurance companies, the banks, the community savings banks, and a lot of lawyers had their businesses on Parish Street. As a matter of fact, my advertising agency was on Parish Street on the second floor there. And so I drew a picture of Parish Street denoting North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, places where they began and subsequently places they went to, and then to the big tower. And if you were to stand on Parish Street today and look straight ahead, and if the 21C building wasn't there, then you would see all three places where North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company was. And I want to say that it was probably a very joyous piece that I was drawing. Now, one of the things that I did try not to do was make it an architectural rendering of the building. And that's one of the things that I talk about when I talk about my art. I don't like to be defined into lines. I like to be a little left to lines, a little right to lines. I believe that if we're going to be defined into lines, we might as well take a picture and hang that picture up. So the Black Wall Street piece is a perspective piece that's done in abstract expressionistic format. What I look for is a piece that exudes a feeling, that exudes an emotion. And then I take that piece and I try to stretch that piece from just that emotion into something that's going to say something to the audience. There were thousands of pictures that I could pick from when I picked the Beyonce picture. And I look for a picture that will give us that feeling that this is her on the inside, not her on the outside. And what would that give to a person? How would you feel about this piece when you see it? And again, I wanted to put lights in there. I wanted to put bold lines in there. And I wanted her to kind of dominate you. And that's how I chose that particular piece. But most of the pieces that I choose the very same way. I look for some eyes that capture me, or I look for a nose that captures me, or I look for what I would call a feeling or an image that gives me a thought. And then I pull from that thought, and then I try to, once I start painting, I try to put that thought into color. And sometimes it's one of those things where I sit back and I look at the work, and I'll stand away from it and I'll look at the work, and I'll see, is it saying what I would like for it to say? And then I ask myself, is it saying what I want my audience to believe? And that's how I pick my work. Sometimes you can overdo a piece. What I do is I paint and I paint and I paint until I feel like I've painted too much. And when I say painted too much, it's that point where I've gotten out of that piece what I want to say. And I can add different lines, or I can take different lines out, but does this particular piece say what I wanted to say? And once it's saying what I wanted to say, then that's when I end. Sometimes people ask me, how long does it take? I don't know. I can't put a time on the end. I can put a time on the beginning. And that's one of the things that I try to do each and every day, is to begin a piece of artwork. Colors influence emotions by the type of color that you use. If you're going to use a red is anger. If you're going to use a subtle blue, that's calmness. If you're going to use a green, that's earthy. And so if you're going to use a yellow, that's bright and that's sunshine. If you're going to use an orange, that orange is not bright and sunshine, but the next emotion to it. Then your pinks and your blues, to me, denote another emotion. And so when I pick a color, I pick that color from the picture that I'm drawing from. If someone gives me a picture and it's a picture of somebody in anger, I right away use the browns, the reds, the green, the dark green, and to give that feeling from that particular piece. If somebody gives me a piece, or if I select a piece that's saying I'm happy or I'm serious, then I try to use those colors that give you the hues and tones that are going to make you say, okay, this person is happy, or this person is nonchalant. And so that's how I choose the colors. And the most important part of what I do is I utilize white for highlights, and I utilize black for the darkness and the boldness and the strength of the piece, and to pull the piece all the way together, so that there are some levels of boundaries. But as I said earlier, I like for the boundaries to be non-existent. The biggest challenge for the Beyonce piece was to make sure that the lights in her eyes were right, and to make sure that her smile was right. When you're drawing a piece of art, there are certain things that you want to do. One is you want to create a piece that people can enjoy, and then you want to do a piece that grasps the imagination of the people that's looking at it. And in the Beyonce piece, one of the things that was a challenge for me was to ensure that I didn't make her too happy, and that I didn't put too many lights in her face. As I always say, if you put the right lights in the face of a piece of artwork, that piece of artwork will look like the person that you're drawing.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students who may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, which says $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Maggie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shani Global, Executives Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, because genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Akwanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maria Bond of the Limitless Mindset Group and Media Communications Limited. I am your business moderator for the afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our key speaker today is Shabri Kristen. Shabri Kristen is an inspiring educator, artist, and self-made entrepreneur. She started her career in advertising and marketing design, building her own successful company from scratch. However, she felt the call for a greater purpose and decided to put these skills to use in a field where she could have a tangible impact on education and the world. Shabri now dedicates her life to shaping young minds, using the arts as a vehicle to teach, heal, impact, change, and tackle mental health. With a passion for teaching and a deep understanding of the transformative power of creativity, she pours her energy into every student, using her own experiences as a creative entrepreneur to inspire and encourage others to follow the passion. I present to you Shabri Kristen.
Hello, everyone. Hello, how are you? Thank you for having me today.
Hello and welcome. And of course, I'll let you teach us and educate us on your business. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, thank you. Hello, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me this evening. I meant this afternoon. My name is Shabri Kristen, and I'll just give a little bit of background about my journey into the work that I do. Earlier in my age, I embarked on an exciting entrepreneurial journey and launched a business called Identity Design Group, which is an advertising and marketing business. With a passion for creativity um, and a knack for communication, I dedicated myself to building a brand that would effectively showcase clients' unique identities and help them to connect with their audience. That was the beginning of my career. When I was running Identity Design Group, it was a fulfilling and enjoyable experience. I enjoyed every creative aspect of it, collaborating with clients, delving into the market research, and developing innovative advertising campaigns, which allowed me to explore my creative side and push the boundaries of what was possible in terms of creativity and making an impact in terms of business. The dynamic, fast paced nature of the industry energized me and kept me on my toes. So, however, as time went on, I began to question whether this was truly aligned with the long term aspirations that will fulfill my life. While Identity Design Group provided endless opportunities for creativity, I felt like something was missing and something more impactful and rewarding awaited me in another type of concentration or a field of work. So, after much contemplation and soul searching, I made the decision to transition from advertising and marketing to the field of education. Recognizing the importance of utilizing my skills and experience for the benefits of others, I embarked on a new chapter as an educator, as an inspiring teacher. Um, by becoming an educator, I am now able to channel my passion for creativity, communication, and leadership into guiding and inspiring young minds. Witnessing the growth and development of my students brings me immense joy and a sense of purpose that I didn't find in my previous endeavor. Although it was fun, it wasn't as fulfilling as you would want to be when you're doing the work, dedicating your life to work. Um, when my mother saw that my motivation was low dealing with that business, she mentioned to me, she said, maybe you need to go satisfy your teacher bug, because as a young person, that's all I've ever wanted to play was school. And I would gather my sister and my brothers and the children that lived in my community, and I would be their teacher. And we would have sessions where I would have them sit in groups and I would teach them everything that I learned in school. Um, so I listened to her and I decided that maybe I do need to go in and maybe this is, you know, my time to go ahead and really step my foot in the purpose that was created for me to experience. So while the transition from the business world to education presented its own challenges, I am grateful for the opportunity to make a positive impact on the lives of my students. Everything that I've ever encountered in terms of, my business and all of the skill sets that I have and the things that I enjoy doing and the all of my hobbies and my habits that I've developed as a person, I've exhausted or I was able to incorporate that into a teacher, being a teacher. Um, I am grateful for the opportunities that all of my skill sets have created for me as a teacher. And by combining my creativity and marketing expertise with the arts of teaching, I strive to create engaging and transformative learning experience that empower my students to discover their own unique identities and achieve their fullest potential, which has been very successful to me as a teacher. So I'm excited to embrace the new chapters that's happening in my life. I've been teaching for 20 years now, and it has been the most rewarding experience that I've ever had. Um, my unique blend of creativity, communication skills, and genuine passion for helping others, I am committed to making a difference in the lives of my students and shaping the leaders of tomorrow. And this has been by far the most rewarding experience that I've experienced so far. And there's more to come. I can't hear you.
Excuse me, sorry. How prevalent do you think mental health issues are among teenagers today?
From my experience as an educator, I believe that the mental health issues are becoming increasingly prevalent among teenagers today. Between their academic pressures and social media and other stressors, many of my students are struggling with anxiety, they're struggling with depression and other mental health issues. So I see firsthand how these issues can affect their academic performance, their behavior, and their overall well being. So I think that there is still much stigma associated with mental health issues, what makes it difficult for teenagers to openly discuss and seek help for their problems. So these attitudes are gradually changing, but there is still a long way to go. Fortunately, our school counselors, where I work, mental health professionals, and administrations are taking steps to raise awareness of mental health and provide resources for those in need. For
Mm.
example, for example, in my school, we have school-based youth services, which is a program or an agency that provides support to students and families with a strong focus on emotional wellness and academic success. And they are the link between teachers, schools, families, and partnering communities, um, and also social service agencies to also combat or make mental awareness known to our students. We had what was called a Teen Mental Health Summit, and we also participated in a citywide event called Not All Wounds Are Visible, which brought awareness and offered support and resources to teens who are experiencing mental health challenges. So that was very helpful throughout the year to get teens to come out and know that it was okay to let someone know if they're experiencing challenges and get this assistance and support that's needed.
Yes, it's so important because there are a group of people that people often don't listen to,
Mhm.
and often when the problem is exacerbated, it's way too late. It's far
Mhm.
gone, you know. In
Mhm.
your experience, and we obviously know that after COVID, a lot of people, young and old, were dealing with mental issues.
Yes.
What are some of the most common mental health challenges students were facing or are facing nowadays?
Okay. So I've noticed that some of the most common mental health challenges facing students today include their anxiety, the depression, and stress. Many students feel a great deal of pressure to succeed academically and in their extracurricular activities. Um, which caused them an enormous amount of stress and anxiety. And I see it firsthand in my classroom all the time with the struggle for them to perform well and also be involved in extracurricular activities, which is also another, added assignments to their to-do list. So they try to accomplish things, they want to participate, but it is an enormous amount of pressure for them to just do great at all of the things all at one time. Also, social media and the constant need to be connected can result in my students or students in general feeling loneliness and inadequacy, leading to depression and low self-esteem. So that is something that I've also witnessed with our students. For example, I've assisted my students dealing with depression and lack of motivation due to just likes and comments on social media. I mean, their day just was not going right. It was not a perfect day for them to be at school because whatever they experienced online, it did not make them feel good. So when they came to school, they were not able to perform in a way that they should as students. Many times it led to confrontations and fights in school and outside of school. So social media is definitely creating a certain type of mental health issue that needs to be of concern. Another issue that I've seen is the prevalence of trauma and adverse childhood experiences, which have had a significant impact on students' mental health. These experiences included abuse or neglect, domestic violence, or other traumatic events. So for example, I had a student last year who could not complete the year because her life was consumed with a situation about her stepfather sexually abusing her and the back and forth with the mother accepting the abuser back into her home and the involvement of child protection agencies in and out of her life. So she developed some mental health issues due to this. She couldn't focus, she couldn't concentrate. She would open up to me about some of the things that she was experiencing. And before it was she was unable to cope with what she was dealing with. So therefore she was signed out of school. So as educators, I think we must work to provide students with a safe and nurturing environment and promote the open dialogue and offer support to those who need it. We must also work with the parents and mental health professionals to provide these resources and interventions that can help students overcome mental health issues and find that pathway to wellness so that they can go on and lead productive and have lifestyles that can make them happy.
We're living in a time where teachers and the job that teachers do, I believe, are not as well respected, because it's a real shame, because of course, as a front runner, you're able to catch or see or to be able to predict which direction, the trajectory in which a child is going. It's quite an important position, because you're not just before you can even teach. You're dealing with all these different things. How does the student's ability to learn and focus in the classroom really get affected by all this mental health issues? How?
Okay, so students who suffer from these mental health issues, does have an extremely significant impact on their ability to learn in the classroom. So they have difficulty concentrating, like their mental health conditions like depression and anxiety and ADHD can make it hard for students to concentrate on their work. They may find it challenging to pay attention, follow instructions, or stay engaged in the classroom. So I constantly have to do a lot of prompting with my students to get them to, pay attention when they're having so much emotional turmoil. They experience poor academic performance. When a student is struggling with their mental health, their grades suffer. The lack of motivation, the decreased productivity, and difficulty completing assignments can all contribute to their lower academic performance. Yes, absenteeism and lack of participation. Students with dealing with mental health issues may be more prone to not come to school, and they hesitate to participate in class discussions and group activities, leading to limited engagement and diminished learning opportunities. They also experience reduced memory and cognitive functioning, which can affect their memory and cognitive abilities, making it harder for students to retain information or process new concepts. So, and this can hinder their ability to learn and retain knowledge in the long term, and therefore they fall behind in their subjects and also in their skill sets. Another thing they experience is social difficulties that impacts a student's ability to form and maintain relationships, resulting in social isolation or conflict with peers. This can further impact their ability to learn and participate in a classroom setting, which also affects, how they retain information, contribute to the classroom environment, and also develop as a student. So I think it's important for schools to create a supportive environment that recognizes and addresses and address these mental health issues, so we can create students who will be, happy and healthy and move on to have productive lives. Yeah.
Yeah, there is something that you said there that I could really relate to. I read an article recently that said that the area of the brain that is needed for memory is often the area that shuts down when a person's going through trauma as a form of protection.
Right.
So the person's going through trauma, this back section of the brain, it shuts down to protect itself. And hence the person can't remember, or the person can't, they can't be able to learn appropriately.
Right.
It's amazing how everything just connects.
Right. It's like I can't remember that algebra problem because I just need somebody to listen to me. I cannot write a paper right now because I am dealing with some trauma and I just want to express myself so I could get so somebody can understand it and help me with my situation. So of course subject areas is not priority when you're dealing with some students who are being have experiencing these mental health challenges.
Mm. One thing that I do notice a lot in the UK over here is people to often talk about the fact that sometimes ADHD becomes a label, and students tend to wear this label as a badge and begin to act up and sometimes exaggerate their behavior. But obviously, from what you're saying here, this is a serious thing, and sometimes you just have to believe everybody, because out of that, a percentage of that are desperately crying out. Are you noticing that there's an increase in the numbers of mental health then? Within maybe the last 5-10 years?
Yes, it's important to remember, yes, mental health issues can affect people from all background, ages, and demographics. So, however, there are some common factors that may contribute to mental health challenges in students, such as the academic pressure.
Yeah.
So students may experience stress and anxiety due to academic expectations, such as high grades, parental or societal pressures, or competitions with peers.
Yeah.
Other patterns include negative social experiences, including bullying, exclusion, or difficulty forming and maintaining relationships that can significantly impact the student's functioning process. Um, a student's mental health can be influenced by their family dynamics, their home environment, exposure to their trauma, or lack of support at home. Um, we also can consider the biological and genetic factors that can play a role in the development of mental health issues. Like some students may be more susceptible to conditions such as anxiety and depression or ADHD due to their genetic makeup or brain chemistry. Also, students from low income households or disadvantaged backgrounds may face additional stressors related to financial instability, limited access to resources, and inadequate support systems, which can affect their mental health. And also, students going through significant life transition, such as moving schools and starting college or transitioning to a new phase of life, may be more vulnerable to experiencing mental health challenges. So sometimes it may be more beneficial when we labeling our students to help them to find solutions so that label won't be carried out by them, they won't live by whatever ADHD, what the stigma is with ADHD. We just give them the support necessary to help them to overcome
Yes.
that label and to move forward in life without having that label, having them have that label carried over their head,
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes.
So important mental health issues are complex and can influence a wide range of factors. But if we can put into practice how to kind of replace those labels with more positive affirmations and insightful, ways to look at life, then we can probably diminish the stigmatism of those labels, especially ADHD.
That's fantastic. Yeah, definitely giving them a totally different way of viewing themselves, and then understanding themselves beyond the label as knowing that there is a way that they can overcome it as such. I like that. What steps do you take then to support a struggling student who is dealing with mental health issues?
Okay, there are several steps that I take to support in general and those struggling with mental health challenges. So I've been teaching for 20 years and I taught most subjects. I've been teaching art for the past 5 years, and prior to that, I became certificated in the expressive arts and also licensed mindfulness practitioner. And what these modalities did for me as an educator was to create an effective, nurturing, and supportive classroom space. So these culmination of things that I've indulged in assisted me with creating a rich social and emotional building and using the arts as a vehicle to practice the mindfulness needed to help my students become centered. These practices gave me the vision to create a safe space for the students to feel comfortable in discussing their mental health concerns. And in my space, I encourage them to have that open communication and check with students regularly and let them know that I am available to listen and support them in any way that I can. So this is, with school ending, I still try to keep up with the students who need the attention due to some of the situations that they experience. And to support the students' mental health further, I also try to be flexible during a year with understanding, be more flexible and understanding with deadlines with projects. For example, I may provide an extension on assignments or other alternative projects if a student is struggling with any form of mental health distractions. I also emphasize to my students the importance of self-care and wellness and reinforcing the idea that it's okay to ask for help when they need it. So it's okay. I tell them it's okay not to be okay all the time. That's one of the posters that my students made for one of the events that they had. It's okay not to be okay. So the goal is for students to feel valued, respected, and empowered to succeed despite any mental health challenges that they may be facing. So that's my goal every year when I come in. I know I wear more than one hat as a teacher. I'm not, I'm not clueless to that. I know I'm coming in wearing many hats, and I'm more than capable of being able to assist them wherever they need it.
Fantastic.
Mhm.
How can schools better help students with mental health issues?
So, as a teacher, I believe that schools can help students with mental health issues by prioritizing mental health awareness and providing additional resources and support. Like all students have access to mental health professionals such as counselors or social workers or psychologists in our building, and I'm sure other schools are in the midst of doing the same thing with the prevalent situations with the increase in mental health. So these professionals at my school, they help students navigate mental health challenges in a safe and supportive environment. They can also provide, they partner with other community mental health providers to offer on-site counseling or therapy services to students as well. Um, and also, I wanted to mention that um, the communities that they facilitate that they're connected with. Um, One of them is called NAMI. NAMI is one of the agencies that students can call, which is a cross crisis hotline, and they have the number seven. I'm going to give the number now, just in case anybody needs to use it or pass it on. NAMI is a crisis center which you can text 741-741 if anyone needs to, make that immediate contact and just in case of emergencies. They also have National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, hotline, and the number is 1-800-950-6264. I don't know if I was able to, I just wanted to share that because that's very important. To people who really need it. Schools can provide mental health education to students to help them recognize and manage their own mental health. So this education can include discussions on stress management, coping strategies, and seeking help. And I realize even in my building right now that a lot of that stuff is starting to happen. A lot of incorporation of mindfulness practices and all of that pertaining to increased awareness of self is starting to be incorporated into the learning environment. Schools should also promote a culture that prioritizes mental health and create a sense of community and belonging among students. So this includes creating a learning environment that is inclusive, safe, and supportive. And you will hear that throughout my whole, as that is number one thing that students need to feel. Because when they don't, I notice that they stop coming to school when they don't feel like they're, you know, connected to anything. So that safe and supportive environment needs to be stressed because that aspect of the school environment is needed, especially with dealing with teenagers and them needing to feel connected and supported because during their adolescence, with their hormones and the shift in their minds that's happening, they need to know that they're in a space that could provide them with the help that they need. Schools should work with students and families to provide accommodations, like as I mentioned before, extended deadlines, extra support, or modified assignments to help students who are struggling with these challenges. And schools can support student wellness through physical activity programs, access to healthy meals, and opportunities for rest and relaxation. And I think that's number one in dealing and tackling with mental health because one thing that I noticed that is not stressed when we talk about health is diet and exercise and mindfulness. The connection between the lack of vitamin D and mental health issues, the lack of nutrients and mental health issues. And that is one topic that I don't hear a lot about, but even when we were trapped in the house during the pandemic, people were not going outside. So where you're not going outside, you're not grounding, you're not getting any sun. So that's a lack of vitamin D and just those nutrients and those and vitamins and minerals that we need. If they're deficient in the body, that can also create a mental health situation and an imbalance in your system. So, prioritizing mental health awareness and providing additional resources and support is truly beneficial to the decline, combating this mental health issue. Mhm.
Have you ever noticed a mental health issue in a student before the student was officially diagnosed?
Uh, yes, that is like number one with I think most teachers. We notice students that may exhibit signs of potential mental health issues long before they are officially diagnosed because educators spend a lot of time with their students and are often, the first to recognize when a student may be struggling academically or emotionally. Like some signs of potential mental health issues that I've noticed in my students over the years include like changes in mood. Students may become withdrawn, irritable, or emotional, and they may exhibit sudden changes in their social patterns or start to experience a decline in their academic performance. We always see that. And that's why when we get our ninth graders in, we try to give them information about the resources that they connect to. So when they get there and they see patterns of other students who are, going off target, that they won't become part of the process. Because many students that come in exuberant and excited about being at school, during their interaction with other students, could create a decline in their motivation to want to continue with being successful as a student. Um, difficult Difficulty concentrating. Students may appear to be easily distracted or have difficulty maintaining focus in class. They also exhibit physical symptoms. Students may frequently report headaches or stomach aches or other physical symptoms that may seem to have no apparent physical cause. It's just associated with their emotional bodies, their emotional bodies being in imbalance, and they think something is wrong with them. And you don't diminish it for them, because to them it's real. So you have to support them and give them the necessary help to assist them with whatever it is that they're experiencing. Students may exhibit issues with the communication and may experience difficulty forming social bonds or maintaining relationship with others. So yes, we do have a lot on our plate as teachers. We do experience seeing this firsthand, and it is our job to move in as quickly as we can so that the mental health challenge or whatever the emotional situation is with our students does not increase. So, yes.
So, as far as the teaching is concerned, if at all, how would you approach students with mental health issues differently than you would the average student?
Okay. I believe that it is important to approach teaching students with mental health issues with compassion, with empathy, with understanding. While I want to hold all my students to high academic standards, it's important to recognize that students with mental health issues may require additional support for their accommodations to achieve success. So I follow some strategies to approach these teaching these specific students. And most of these strategies include accommodations that I've learned as a special education teacher. So, for example, providing it's important to create a safe and inclusive learning environment where all students feel comfortable sharing their thoughts and feelings. That's the theme of what it is when we discuss mental health, is providing that space and that supportive environment. I established the clear expectation classroom protocols that encourage safe and supportive learning space, that encourage positive relationships and help students feel welcomed and valued. Also, students with mental health issues may require accommodations in order to fully participate in class or complete assignments. For example, I may offer, as I said before, extended deadlines, shortened assignments, or flexible seating arrangements to ensure that they are successful on whatever project or assignment that they're working on. Also, positive relationships are essential to student success and vital to students dealing with these mental issues. So I make a concerted effort to build positive relationships with all my students, which is fun. It's so rewarding when they know that you love them. And particularly with those who may be struggling with mental health issues. So, working on developing healthy relationships is a way to provide much needed support and encouragement in times of need for our students who are really struggling to get through the day when with them emotional challenges that they're experiencing. Um, Mental health issues do require various coping strategies. So the coping strategies are always important, such as the mindfulness or the deep breathing, which is what we do every morning to get the kids grounded and prepare them for the day in the hopes that they could carry on their day with positivity. We introduce various health coping strategies to students and encourage them to identify with techniques that work best for them. Some students, one student always say, Miss Kristen, I've been doing my mindfulness practices. I've been meditating every day. So they come back excited and they tell you their experiences when they incorporate their techniques in life. Um, some like the deep breathing when I teach them how to deep breathe. Breathe in 5, hold for 5, breathe out, and do that over and over and over until you feel your body relax. You have to tune your body into feeling relaxed, so that way you can get out of that mode of feeling so uptight or emotional or angry. So yes, providing these students with different coping strategies can really assist them with becoming better at dealing with their emotions.
Absolutely amazing. I have one more question. How can parents and guardians better support their children's mental health? How can other agencies or communities as well, how can they do better to support?
Um, by providing them with the resources needed to give them the techniques and the support that is necessary for their ongoing emotional health um, throughout their time as a teenager. Um, the one thing that we must know um, is that life is not easy. We're going to have our ups and downs. Um, and the one thing that we need to take into consideration while we're working with these students, or while we're working with people in general with mental health issues, is to become emotionally intelligent about who we are, and to practice those things and those techniques that help us to get through the day. Use the resources available in the community and the support at schools and family members that understand, to help you to process through those most challenging moments. As an art teacher, I use art as a vehicle to help students to cope through these problems. Art is a great modality to use when you are feeling against yourself. You could use art and mindfulness practices to create journals, you know, and even understanding how to have gratitude. Gratitude is one of the most beneficial areas of skills that you could use to help you to feel better. Meditation, just taking a moment of your time and reflecting, and just becoming centered in your day and giving yourself positive affirmations that can help you to get through whatever challenging moment that you feel like you have, or challenging situations that you have going on. So yeah, that's my advice. My advice is just to use all of the resources available. Find the techniques and the skills that would assist you on this path. Have an attitude of gratitude. Keep a journal, meditate, go outside and get some vitamin D. Take your shoes off, put them in the grass and ground, take deep breaths, and just allow yourself to just become centered in who you are. Life is going to have its ups and downs, and students are going to go through their process of experiencing some extreme challenges, especially now. The students now are experiencing more challenge than anybody in previous generations. So they definitely have a nuance of new things to distract them. So all of these methods that I am mentioning are coping mechanisms. They're also distractors to the emotional turmoil that they're experiencing. And if they just take the time and utilize everything, all the resources, and be open to not being okay sometimes, reaching out, and being patient with self, everything will become, will pan out for them.
Amazing. Thank you so very much for coming on the show, Shabri, and for sharing your expertise with us. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much for having me. I enjoy my time.
Wonderful. Thank you. Wonderful. We really did learn, didn't we? And one of the things that I did get from that was it's okay to not always be okay. Absolutely amazing. Now, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash app that's on the screen below, which says $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpo.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2025, and they are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Maggie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essential, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, because genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
See, being in business, regardless if you're a non-business or any type of business, is about connecting. It's about hearing new information that can drive you forth. It's more about coming together with people with like minds in order to make your business grow.
You don't wake up wanting to be mediocre and just do just enough. You want to excel. You want to be a master in your craft. You want to take it to the next level. So it's not going to happen by accident. So you have to be mindful and think of what can I do today to help take me to the next level.
The truth is, your life will only change when you get new information. Your life will only change when you move forward with another level of thinking. This expo is about new information and moving your life to another level.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is a $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I Have a Dream Home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way?
Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful.
And my business is
Drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maria Bond of the Limitless Mindset Group and Media Communications Limited. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate the businesses about business. Our keynote speaker today is April Eiderberg, and she will be having a fireside chat with Charlie Eskew. Now, April L. Eiderberg is a facilitative teacher, a visionary thought leader, a passionate purpose coach. She has been employed by the federal government for 30 years. 25 have been in management. Professionally, she's a skilled and trained chief of business operations and forensic chemist. April has spent years working and serving in government, church, and non-profit organizations, helping them to establish themselves administratively and train their leaders. I present to you April Eidelberg. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will let you present, and I will see you on the other side.
Okay, we were waiting on Ms. Eidelberg to step on. And Charlie Askew, I was going to be speaking with the Fireside Chat for April Eidelberg this afternoon.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello and welcome back. We are going to have an amazing show today. At the moment, we're having some technical difficulties. And so here we are. April Eidelberg is here. And of course, the show can go on. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome. And thank you so much. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Happy Sunday. Good to see you. Thank you, Maria, for your introduction. And I was sitting here, I was like, okay, what happened? So Charlie, thank you for joining us today. Happy Sunday again. But this is probably what happens in Texas in the heat of the day. And so we must be prepared for everything. Although I am sure we're having some kind of interruptions due to all of this heat that we're having here in Texas. So Charlie, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Something you weren't expected to do. Again, for those who don't know me, my name is April Eidelberg, and I consider myself just to really be a very a good girlfriend and a sister friend. Uh, but that I also take with me because I care about people. A couple of weeks ago, Charlie and I were having this conversation, and I asked her how things were going, and it was in preparation to being on the Black Business Expo. Um, Charlie and I connected probably about 6 years ago as I was employed in the Atlanta area. And over then have just grown to be really good girlfriends. And so I respect her and I thank her. But she has a business that is about organizing. And so she is a professional organizer and a certified life coach. So one of the things that I definitely enjoy about listening to her is trying to help my life get out of chaos. And definitely there, while in Atlanta, I can tell you that it was a lot of chaos going on. One of the things that happened was my father became ill. And during that time, my sister and I, in giving care to him, it was a lot. And I think I can say probably more than we had ever thought would happen for us, and definitely something we were not prepared. But what that time made me do after I was able to reflect on is it made me consider myself, and it caused me to think about how I wanted to make sure that I could live in the future and some of those things that I wanted for my life. So out of that, I then resolved to do better for me because of the situation my father was in. We could look back and see that there were things that he could probably have done over the course of many years to kind of prevent him in being there. So I started looking at a quest and going on a quest myself, how you get to a point of life where you just start searching for yourself and then have to find yourself. But I made a resolution at that time that I needed to make sure that I was taking care of myself. And I declared to always choose me, do me, and to be me. And many of you, hopefully that resonates with you. But Charlie, in her her coaching and in her business, and I'm going to let her tell a little bit about how she got to that point. But as an organizer and helping people do things in their life, Charlie, can you tell us again how that helps us to choose us? Because today's conversation is going to be about decisions. And I want to be clear with you about the decisions that we need to make to do us, to be us, and to choose us at all times. So Charlie, tell us a little bit about you.
Okay. So I have been a professional organizer and declutter coach since about 2007. So what led me to becoming an organizer was in our families, in our communities, you have single moms. My sister was a single mom, but as a family unit, my mom, was raising the kids. I was helping while my sister worked to take the children to school and to pick them up, packing lunches, everything that I could do to help out my family. And it was easier for me to, we all lived in a separate house, to when I went to my mom's house to pick them up every morning, make sure that they were ready, make sure that they were organized and ready to go. And it started making me think, I was doing a lot, in my community. I had a full-time job and had not had the business yet, but still helping out with my family. And in a way, I started organizing then. I started organizing my life because our time, our schedules, and all of our things needed to be put into place. And they needed to be organized because, when the car pulls out, everybody's got to be in it or we're going to be late. So I started organizing them. And led me to, reaching out to families and moms and started organizing their kids. I was setting up, backpacks, homework stations in the house, bill and homework stations for the parents. And it grew into a thing that you see now. And after the pandemic, well, before that, I started switching to the parents. I made the switch from the children to the parents because I knew that if it started from the top or the head of the family, it would trickle down. So reversed it and started teaching and working with the moms. And after the pandemic, I started doing it virtually, because we weren't going and people weren't having you in their homes. So then I started doing more teaching and coaching the ladies that I was working with to get them to learn how to organize themselves, to get them to think. And that's where the thinking and the coaching came in, is no longer am I just doing the entire thing for you. I thought it would be better and it would be more long-term if you learned how to do it yourself, if you identified the reasons and the issues that you're having, which made the clutter come in the first place, whether it's mental clutter, physical clutter, or emotional clutter. And we started peeling back. And I've been doing this since 2021. And my clients who started with me on that trail are continuing on 2 years later. So I keep up with their progress. I follow up with them. And it's just amazing how one thread you can pull on it and you can identify what the issues are, because we were really just putting Band-Aids on the problem.
Good. And so let's go back. And you talked about decluttering. Where does declutter fit in the process?
Well, if you know how we grew up, I don't know if you grew up like this, every Sunday morning or Saturday, you got the music blaring, the music's on, the windows are up, and you're cleaning. Everybody get out of the bed, we're going to clean. So, You're right. So most times back then, even if you had a multifamily, you're living with grandma or just multiple people in the house, you might not have had a lot of space. So it all goes back to when you're growing up in certain households, you might not have had space, but you had things around. And I can see it in some of my older family members. We've got these things and you're dusting around these things. You're cleaning, but you've got clutter. Our houses are clean, but we have things that grandma's passed on, or Aunt Susie or someone. So these are things that we don't get rid of. We don't want to get rid of them because they're passed down or somebody gave them to us. So when we're holding on to those things, they're piling up. This is what clutter can be, And if we're not careful, we may be cleaning, but you still have stacks of magazines. You have clothes that you haven't worn in years. That is the clutter. Shoes everywhere. They might be neat, but are you wearing them? These things are taking up space in your home. And especially, sometimes in our communities where we're doing a lot of things, we want to do a lot of things. So then your schedule becomes clutter, and that's what I mean by clutter, things that we're piling on, that we're trying to work around, that we're trying to clean around or schedule our lives around. These are things that we need to go in, look at, or these things that we need to hold on to, or these things that we can get rid of to help give us peace of mind and more space in our homes, to donate, to discard, or just to delete.
Delete. Yes, I love it. So one of the things when I looked up decisions, it says, it gave us some very important factors. And one of those factors is, and the reason I wanted you to start with declutter was because it said to be clear about what your goals are. When you're clear about your goals, but you can't do that in a lot of clutter. And you will have to remove the clutter in order to even get your goals established, as you are establishing goals. And it talked also about looking at what the risk factors are. And some of that had to do with trauma. In T.D. Jakes' book, the most recent book, Disruptive Thinking, I have read that. And he talks about these things. He calls them fences. And he uses the term fences and basically as it was a barrier put there to protect. And just like you just talked about, the sentimental connection to many things that we have in our lives that won't allow us to get rid of them. And so on one hand, it's a good thing. But in the other hand, when it becomes to the part of the fact that it is either no longer needed, then it becomes clutter. And I think a lot of times with life, not just our closets, but with life, we keep things that are no longer useful. And Erykah Badu considered it baggage. But as we talk about cluttering and decluttering and some of the risk factors, so what would you say would be a way that we would know whether or not we needed to keep or discard?
So if we're talking about, we'll start with physical items first. If we're talking about your closet, say for instance, someone has lost weight or someone has gained weight and you have items in your closet. Oh, I'm going to fit back into this. It's been 2 or 3 years. Are you happy with the person you are now, where you're not trying to have to go back because you're holding on to items from your past, and you're taking up space from your closet? If this is, your happy place, use the clothes that you're wearing now. Don't try to regress. And that's what I'm using as one of the things, because as women, those are the things that we hold on to. I have some clients who have, due to like issues or sicknesses or challenges, they might have lost weight. And, you may have the things that you want to gain weight and get back into, but you're holding on to the mindset and the thought, and it's turmoil because it turns into a negative energy mentally because you're wanting to go back to the past. And so your physical clutter, it's a cycle, can lead to mental clutter. It's just a big cycle, going back. And it just leads to some turmoil, a little chaos in your mind if you're staring at those things every day and wishing you could go back here and there. And so that's what I like for the clients, the ladies that I work with, to understand, it's okay to want to, but if you're going to continue to dwell on it, it's not doing you any good.
And that is another key point, is that when you're dwelling on the past. So one of the other things when making decisions is flexibility and adaptability. And key parts to being flexible and adaptable is being able to allow yourself in a place where you can change based on the information that you get. And so often you talked about key parts of us living in the past and thinking that we can go back. But when we've got new information, should we not change and make that a difference? So like you said, with the diagnosis, that some people have received, that does not, allow them to be in that place. And I think a lot of times when we talk about making life decisions, and not just our closet or our pantry, because our grandmother, that cast iron skillet that you had was passed down from your grandmother, as well as your mama's favorite spoon. We do the same thing with our lives. We stay in places a lot of times because it is, one, familiar, and two, somebody used it, or somebody that we loved gave it to us, or that we valued gave it to us. But at a point that we cannot move into future because we can't adapt or be flexible, that then causes us problems. What is something else that you would say keeps us from not being able to organize ourselves?
Well, like we just spoke about, holding on to the past, or even being fearful about your future. You might want to hold on to some things because you're afraid to move forward. And I see that a lot with parents or moms that I'm working with who have children that are in high school going off to college. And they want to hold on, to a lot of things, even helping them with homework, just that could be mental, because you've got to make, the child is progressing. So you have to progress, but it makes you feel sad. And that's one of the examples, is it's mental because your kid is growing up, but you're still wanting to hold to a place. And even if you can go back and say, okay, what are the hobbies? What are the things that I want to do? Do I want to learn a new language? Because the kids are going off to school. These are things that you can do, but you're afraid to do because you've been, raising your child for so long, and now they're going off. And that is just, like I said, one of the examples is we're afraid to move forward because you don't know what you don't know. But if you can sit aside some time, sit down, declutter your mind, and I call it mind mapping. You're writing out, all the pros and cons of something that you can do, something that you want to do. And how do you get to that point? Once you declutter your thoughts and your fears, let's make the next step as to how you can move forward to doing that thing, that new hobby, or the new thing that you want to do. If it's a new job, let's not be so fearful. Let's map it out on paper and, understand, okay, this doesn't look as scary as I thought it would be. So, that's a good thing. The mind map and the mental helps you with the mental clutter and the mental baggage.
Right. And I think too, from your point, and I like that you made that distinction about fear, because I know that many times when one of the things I looked at, it said that choices are needed to clarify the priorities. Again, let's get back to what the goals are. Let's be clear about what our goal is as we clean up our lives or as we create more space. And I want you to talk about that. So put that one down. I want you to talk about creating space in our lives. But decisions are critical thinking. And that's what we need to make things happen. So when you do this risk assessment, as we kind of know, and definitely in business, we often we create that column that has, what risk are we taking in it? And I think anytime we're faced with a decision, if we're going to be able to land on it, we can't fear it, because fear, again, is based on past. But when you look at risk, you think about going forward. One of the things that came up too as I was studying for this is looking at biases, and also realizing that the biases that you have, when you think about the term biases, bias means background. It's like it's associated with what we had in the past. But can you tell us just a little bit more about what you would do in this instance?
Well, for me, for the people I work with, for the parent or someone moving forward that's afraid or have a bias?
Right. So somebody that needs to move forward in decluttering their lives, but how do you coach them out of their current space? Or how do they risk assess, and how do they move into a cleaner space? How do they make more space in their life?
So we start with the physical. That's where I always start, because there is somewhere in your home that, that you can start with. Because I think once people understand that they can let go of the physical things, some of the things that they've been holding on to, then we get into the mental space. And you say, you're getting better, because what I do and how we go through the process is, I might start off with 3 times a week, 20 minutes a day. And 20 minutes 3 times a week. And we meet weekly, because now you're getting into the groove. You're not as fearful as you were to be letting go of your physical thing. And we move into the mental, the emotional, and say, okay, what is it that now that you see you're clearing some space physically in your house, what is it you want to do? And we list out things that they want to do, what they've been dreaming of, but they've been putting on the back burner. Then we started unpeeling that. And we, with the next week's assignment, we go back. Each week we're going back and understanding, pulling off a layer. And so we've tackled the physical, we're tackling the mental and the goals that you want. Then we start building on that. That's how we're decluttered. We've set aside time. We got our mind space together. Everything is decluttered. Then we start building the goals. What are the goals in your physical space? What are the goals in your mental space? What are the goals in your life for what you would perceive as balance? But first we have to declutter. We have to remove so that you can start off with a better space or a blank space. Then we start to build, because once you become clear, the clutter is moved, then you can move forward. You can sit down, you can take a breath, you can breathe in what you really want to do and just make a path forward.
So one of the things that came up for me when we're talking about that is, so getting first that clear physical space. And once you get the clear physical space, so do you start one room at a time, one area at a time? Like when you were working with your niece and nephew, where did you talk about a little bit more about where you started with them and where you kind of start to get that one clear thing?
One clear thing is your closet. Start with I'm always starting with a closet or a dresser. Because we're holding on to things. Kids grow out of things, and what my niece and nephew are in their mid-20s now know is they can declutter a closet quicker than anybody, because we would have sessions each quarter, and whichever toys are in there that they don't play with anymore, we're going to give this to somebody, whatever clothes and shoes. And it helped them, because now we're setting up for Christmas time. Everybody's going to be giving you gifts, so your space is clear. Back in June, July, we're doing it because it's time for back to school. We're setting up for your homework station. We're setting up your backpacks. At the beginning of the year, it's a new year. Let's give some clothes or some toys or something. They were always in the mindset, which has now 20 years later, has set them up to be able to organize their lives and to be able to strategize better, because they learned this from an earlier age of their physical space, and also being prepared, their schedule. They've organized their schedule, they've organized their mental space. And when we see, as parents or as caregivers, children growing up with that mentality to be able to strategize for themselves, it leads to a better life for them, and an easier life for the parents that are going through it with them. But that's what I did for the kids. And when I started off with my niece and nephew, and also started with myself, because I used to be a shopaholic. I would overbuy. So during that period before, when I was helping them, I was also helping myself. So my over shopping, I had over commitment in my schedule, things like that. I had to work on myself.
Okay, so over shopping and over commitment allowed, again, that space that you had in your life. So can you talk a little bit more about, for you personally, because again, I don't know that we can, we are all drawing the dots here, but I do know that when I heard the fact that trauma is directly associated to clutter. So tell me about being able to clear out and stop over shopping, and how that again affected you, and especially in your mental space.
So back during that period, I was like I said, I omitted. I was in graduate school. I was working full time, and I was helping with my niece and nephew. So I had all these balls in the air. But in the meantime, I was also over shopping, because, it could be trauma, or it could be I'm trying to make up for something that I was lacking. So I was always buying shoes and just everything like we normally do. And like I said, I had all these balls in the air, and I was trying to be a perfectionist. That was my issue. And I couldn't see it. I was trying to be a perfectionist, because I'm pretending to juggle. I didn't want to drop any of the balls, be it my family, my job, or myself, in school. So something had to give. I had to sit down and say, okay, your finances, you're either going to focus on, building a home for yourself, having a home for yourself and a roof over your head, and preparing for grad school, because you're going to have to cut out this shopping. So that's where I stopped that. But the overcommitment, I didn't want to drop any of the balls, because I didn't want to let my family members down. I didn't want to let anything down. But I had to sit down and say, okay, something is going to have to give. And what I did was scale back my schedule for school, because I didn't, my niece and nephew had to continue. And so I just scaled back with school, and it might have taken longer, but, I just had to take down something that I was doing with the overcommitment. And I think a lot of us are overcommitted. We think we can do a lot, and that's how our schedules are overcommitted. We have so much going on in our lives, which leads back to our homes and the physical clutter, because we're not taking the time out, or, you have piles of laundry, or the dishes are always, in the sink. These are things that will spill over when you're overcommitted, when you're always running out of time. You don't give yourself enough time to do things, and you're always tense and stressed. So it's just it's cyclical.
Yes. And again, let's talk, and that goes back into you assessing the risk when you had to make the decision to take longer in school versus being able to put down a different commitment. So that as part of the process. A couple of other things. I think in life, one of the things we often, with the program that you have, if we go through this decluttering and organization with you, I think it also affects us definitely with our families and being able to have more time. And can you talk a little bit about being free time? Because right now, I'm sure nobody would say they have free time, but that is definitely one of the values that comes with being able to be organized, declutter, and make that decision for life.
Yes. So in the program that I have, it's the components, they're seamless, they're symbiotic, right? So we're leading from physical, then we do the things that you want to do, the mental clutter, but there's also a time budget in there. So we're working on, and in the time budget, I'm assessing what is it out of this list of 35 or so things that you do, or because it initially is an estimate. What are the things you're thinking you're doing? And so during our homework, or during the weekly homework, the first week of that portion is an estimate. So how much time are you on social media? How much time do you spend watching television? How much time do you go walking? It's like things that could be positive, or, and I'm not going to say negative, but everything that we do daily. How much time do you spend commuting to work, to and from work? How much time do you spend with your kids? And a lot of people in the areas that they want to do better in, they end up overestimating themselves a lot of the time, maybe saying, or underestimating, oh, I only spend like 20 minutes per day on social media. And then when we get to that first week of really writing down, and they'll come out, oh, Coach Charlie, I'm actually on social media for an hour a day, or I only estimate I watch television for 30 minutes and it's really 2 hours. So then we can understand how we're wasting time or not spending time, where you think you may spend more time with your kids, or if you have a business, more time on your business. And when you actually do that first or second week, you understand where your time is going. You're not spending as much time as you think with your kids or with your family members. And that helps people to, when you add a number to it and it's concrete on a sheet of paper, it helps you to understand where you are. And that's what I like to do in the process, is with each of these things, with the physical, the mental, and with your time constraints, understand where you are, because if you don't understand where you are, you're not going to be able to stop it. You're not going to be able to, maintain the cluttered household once you are, once it's done. If I've come in and helped you declutter, you're not going to maintain it 6 months to a year from now, because you're not paying attention to how you got to those places to those areas in the first place.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions just about your and decision. What would you say would be one of the best decisions that you've made, or some of?
At the start, before I started the business, to understand, to sit down with myself, and this is something I continue to do now, is every quarter sit down with myself and say, where are you? Where are you and where are you trying to go? If that's with the mental clutter, because just because I'm an organizer doesn't mean that, I don't get down on myself, or I don't procrastinate once in a while. So each quarter I have to check in with myself. And when I started doing that years ago, when I was in grad school, I think that process from, that point until now and continuing it is something that I am so happy that I decided to do, because it has made me understand, even when there are ebbs or flows, in my life or life challenges, I can sit down and say, okay, let's get this paper out, or let's, check these feelings, these emotions. What are you feeling? Get this down and understand where you're going. And it can help me navigate out of some places, some mental challenges or mental clutter or emotional clutter. It helps me to understand that.
Wonderful. One of the things that I would gather as we kind of wrap up here today is that decisions are absolutely necessary, and we've got to make them. One of the things that I want to challenge everyone to do is that if you don't own your decisions, and you will allow you to continue to live in chaos. But one of the ways that we can declutter is, one, by getting to know ourselves and being clear about our goals, looking at what the risk factors are, dealing with our trauma and our biases. And we can't fix what we won't face, and we cannot manage what we don't measure. So, and that all comes in being assessed. Charlie, can you tell them a little bit, just real quickly, about where they can find you and how to connect with you?
Yes, I'm on Instagram at Ask Charlie, AskCharlee, Ask Charlie on Instagram, and my website, www.askcharlie.com. So I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us.
Thank you so much for the wonderful conversation. We've learned so much and we've gained so much. So thank you so much for being speakers on the show. Thank you to April Lee Eidelberg. Thank you to Charlie Eskew. Wonderful to have you ladies on the show and imparting and sharing with us your expertise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.